Good morning, everyone. This is the COE. I just want to welcome you to the Best Trials show. I also wanted to let you guys know Joel is not here. I sent him to school today with Judah. They had a very special event in the morning. So Judah and Joel are dancing and laughing and having a really good time at school. So I think he might come back and check in with you guys, but I'm not sure how long that school event will last. So I just wanted to inform you guys as you're coming in, please don't forget to hit that like button. Today, court is expected to start a little bit later. So they said 10:15. As we know, sometimes they are a little bit late. But I just wanted to welcome you guys all in and thank you all for being here. Also, a big thanks to everyone for spreading the word. Just a few days ago, we had like 17 subscribers, and now we have 2,500 or a little more than that. So thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you to all of our mods who have put in 14, 16-hour days this week. And thank you to Space Coast, who allows us to view all of this. I'm going to be in and out of the chat as I have to take one of my daughters to the doctor. But as soon as I come back from that, I'll check in with the court and see what's going on. If you guys need anything, Space Coast is here in the meantime, all of our mods. And again, I think at some point Joel is planning on checking in. Here we go.
Good morning. We appreciate it. Thank you.
I think so. There it is. All right. Could I just have a moment, Your Honor, with my technical support person? Mm-hmm.
While they're going over some tech stuff, I just wanted to remind everyone there is a 12:30 live today with Phil and Scott. They're going to be going over the Donna body cam footage. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern time, that's when we have the live watch party. We are going to be watching the Dateline episode. For those of you who are members on YouTube, if you go to the community tab and click on the members only post, you should be able to see the link there. If you are a Patreon member, a paid Patreon member, you should also be able to see it on the Patreon page. We have the link there. This is for members only. We put out a lot of free content every single day, as you guys all know. And so we wanted to do something special for our members. That's Ethel saying good morning. All right, just wanted to give you guys a heads up. I'm going to get off of here and we will watch the trial. All right, thanks so much.
I apologize, Your Honor. I was hoping I could get this technical thing done before we began. Thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to take care of a technical issue.
Thank you. Are we ready to proceed?
There are just a couple of brief matters, not for this witness, so we can either, but so there's not I'm not expecting to be very long with this, with Ms. Madel or Madel. But the next witness, I understand, is a police officer who's going to describe certain patterns. My only, from splatter patterns. I just want to make sure that we understand how is that person going to be characterized? That whether or not his title is what his title is. He's a police colonel, but I just want to understand, I think he's a colonel, right? Captain.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel. But I just want to make sure that we're not using some colloquial expression for what he's going to be testifying to. That's my only concern.
I can indicate to the court, Your Honor, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Davidson did a blood pattern analysis of the garage at 69 Wells, as well as the two vehicles. He wrote a report about his opinions on it, and that report is part of the case. He will be testifying to his opinion as to the blood pattern analysis that he reviewed of the garage.
That's fine.
That's it. I'm not looking for anything spectacular. He has the training experience, and he will talk about that as well, and discuss his opinions in the reconstruction that he did on the blood spatter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the term splatter is what I was concerned. That's not what the title or the expertise. Blood pattern.
I actually apologize. Splatter is actually not the right term. It's spatter. And that's a technical term that I believe he will describe on what he sees on it, the blood pattern analysis. I keep getting corrected. There's no L. It is a blood pattern analysis, and some of that blood pattern analysis, it's my understanding, is an analysis, obviously a description of what his opinion is, and that's a term. Similar, there's numerous other terms that he will be testifying to. That that's it.
I'm satisfied with that representation.
Thank you. We can bring the jury in. Will counsel stipulate to the presence of the jurors, please?
Yes, Judge. Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Today we continue with the cross-examination of Ms. Madel, and she can be brought in. Well, before we proceed, court just received a note. The note is not signed. The court wants to discuss this with counsel. So we will ask that the jury be excused. Please be seated. Of course, there has been no election of a foreperson. So this note that the court received is not dated. It is not signed. It was handed to the court by the marshal moments ago. It reads, one of the jurors discussed something about the case, and it was all over social media. Said it was like Gone Girl. A brief mention. Several other jurors said, don't discuss this. You can have this marked as a court exhibit. Now, the court did not read the name of the juror, which is on that note. What the court is going to have to do first is find out who wrote the note.
Your Honor, I apologize. Should Ms. Maydell be excused for this?
Yes. The court will then question the author of the note. And also inquire as to other matters concerning the note. The note does not indicate when these matters were discussed. That is, on what day they were discussed. And when other jurors responded. So the court is just going to have a brief conversation with the marshal to find out who handed the marshal the note.
Judge, may we just have a brief sidebar?
In a moment.
Yes, Judge.
The court simply asked the marshal to give me the name of the individual who gave her the note. Thank you. Do you wish to approach?
Yes, Judge.
This morning, and then determine how this matter will be addressed. So we are going to stand in a recess.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
just may.
Thank you. And we are on the record, Madam Monitor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court had an opportunity to discuss with counsel how we will proceed in addressing the note that came to the court's attention through the marshal today, authored by one of the jurors. The court is just going to read what is now Court Exhibit 2 into the record again. The note is unsigned. It is not dated. It reads, one of the jurors, and the juror's name is identified, discussed something about the case. And it was all over social media, said it was like Gone Girl. A brief mention. Several other jurors said, don't discuss this. What the court intends to do is first indicate that it will question the juror who authored the note. The court will allow counsel to ask questions through the court of the juror to explain what is not readily apparent from the note. The court will then ask the individual who was identified in the note to respond to some of the questions that the court will have concerning any communications that juror may have made to other jurors concerning the case. After that, the court will have to inquire of all of the jurors individually whether they have been in any way influenced by the comments of the juror who allegedly made the comments, whether they can continue to be fair and impartial, and whether the comments made by the individual has in or have in any way affected their ability to continue to listen to the evidence with an open mind. The court will also ask the juror who authored the letter whether, because there are no 4 persons chosen yet because the case is not in deliberation, was that person chosen to bring this matter to the court's attention? While the court is questioning the juror who authored the note, Madam Monitor will continue to keep the record. However, there will be no audio or video allowed. And of course, while the court is questioning the jurors who may have overheard the conversation between the juror who authored the note and the juror who allegedly made the comments, whether they have been affected in such a way that they simply cannot continue. That has to be done individually for every juror. So as the court has explained what the process will be, the court will now close the courtroom. However, we will still be on the record. And close the courtroom, ask everyone to leave, please.
All rise.
we are back on the record, correct, Madam Monitor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The court will review the matter that came to the court's attention today and review the process by which that matter was addressed. Again, this morning, the marshal handed to the court a note from one of the jurors. The note read, one of the jurors, and that juror is identified in the note, discussed something about the case, and it was all over social media, said it was like Gone Girl. A brief mention. Several other jurors said, don't discuss this. Now that note is now a court exhibit number 2. The court took the opportunity to discuss with counsel the process by which we will proceed in determining whether one or more jurors needed to be excused. The court thereafter closed the courtroom. However, there is a transcript generated of the proceeding that was conducted during the closed courtroom. That transcript with the names of the jurors redacted should be available because the court is ordering that transcript to be expedited, hopefully by Monday morning, again with the jurors' names redacted. The court questioned the juror who authored the note, and that juror verified the information in the note. The court then questioned the juror who was identified as the juror who made the comments. That juror indicated that the comments were made. The court indicated to that juror, juror number 186, that the reference made to Gone Girl and the fact that the case has received extensive social media attention may have influenced other jurors to possibly not afford the state or the defense, one or the other, a fair trial, an impartial trial. The court also indicated to that juror that the reference to Gone Girl, if any other juror was familiar with the film, may have influenced that juror to start to hear the evidence in terms of their familiarity with the film. The court then dismissed juror number 186 and thereafter proceeded to question each juror individually, specifically whether each one of those jurors had heard the comments. Some did, some did not. Whether if they had heard the comments, they were able to still afford the state and the defense a fair and impartial trial. Without exception, every juror indicated that they would be able to afford the state and the defense a fair and impartial trial. Every juror indicated that they would not draw conclusions about the state's case or the defense's case prior to both the state and the defense resting and they are charged to begin to deliberate. Those jurors also indicated they will still maintain their ability to avoid media coverage and social media coverage about the case. Again, every accused has the right to a speedy and public trial before an impartial jury in the state and district wherein that crime shall have been committed, the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. In closing the courtroom, the court made every effort to make sure that even though the courtroom was closed, the transcript of the proceeding will be available to the public. We started this morning with the continuation of the cross-examination of Kristen Maydell. What the court is going to do is ask that the jury be brought out. That this Maydell may be brought in. You may be seated. The counsel stipulate to the presence of the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the cross-examination of Ms. Maydell by the defense.
Good morning, Ms. Maydell.
Good morning.
So there were a lot of different exhibits that you were shown, and you went through there were multiple reports that you prepared. Is that right?
Yes.
And you actually were given different samples at different times and compared them to reports and deconvolutions that already had been done previously, right?
Yes.
And I think you said, correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't go back and start from scratch each time you were asked to compare another sample with your earlier work. Am I correct about that?
Well, it depends on the sample. I might have had to do a new decon if I DNR'd the first one to do a new comparison.
And the first reports you did were on June 1st, 2019. Is that right?
Around that date, yes.
You were asked at that point to examine certain materials and swabs and other things early on in this case while it was still in an early development state, correct?
Yes.
One of the things you were asked to do early on is to determine whether or not there was any DNA in certain parts of the Suburban, right?
Yes, I did have samples from the Suburban.
And as I understand it, one of the swabs that you were given to test was from early on was of the WeatherTech floor liner in the rear cargo area of the Chevy Suburban. Is that right?
That sounds familiar, yes.
And you were also given other materials to test, correct?
Lots of materials, yes.
And so there's some of your reports actually move around from materials that you haven't even been asked about yet, right?
That is correct, yes.
So I'm just going to show you one portion from your first report, which you called, your initial report is just called DNA report, right?
Yes.
And as I heard Mr. McGinnis the other day, if you were asked to look at another report, there was supplemental reports, right?
Yes, that's how they're labeled so we can tell the difference.
And I think there were as many as, I think, 19 or 20 supplemental reports, right?
19, yes.
Okay. And with regard to the initial review of the WeatherTech floor liner from the back of the Suburban, you had labeled that as 42S1 in the lab?
I could refer to it. Yes, I don't recall
All right,
exactly.
well,
but-
I'm going to show you a page because like you said, there were other things that you examined that weren't even relevant to either New Canaan or the vehicle, right?
Correct, yes.
So I'm just going to show you, if I may approach. I'm going to show you what has been done as J for identification. Just have you look at that for a moment.
Your Honor, may I see Jay? I haven't seen.
I'd be happy to show before I ask a question, I will be happy to show the state. Recognize that?
Yes, I mean, it's taken out of a report because it has my
Right.
signature on it, yes, but
Right. So. And that is your signature on there?
yes,
And we understand there were other conclusions you reached about other items, but in that initial report, that was your conclusion with regard to that particular test of the WeatherTech cargo area, right?
yes.
I would offer it, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, I'm going to object actually, because this is outside the scope of direct at this point, and frankly, I don't think that if we're referring to Jennifer Dulos as suburban, I don't think that that's where this is from.
In other words, the exhibit doesn't reflect the sample taken from the suburban. Is that the state's contention?
There's two Suburbans, Judge. We haven't gotten there yet in the case, and this is not from the Suburban that's referenced in the questions.
Can you look at your report to determine if 42S1 was from the Suburban in New Canaan? Do you have your reports in
I
front of
don't
you?
have my reports, and my reports would not give me any more information than that.
Would not give you any more information
No,
than
you
that.
need to go back to the submitting agency RFA for the lab to say where that came from. I would just have the same description on that on my report.
All right.
So the objection is sustained.
Didn't you yesterday testify specifically as to 42S1 as being one of those samples that you tested?
I testified to so many yesterday. Honestly, I would have to recall the testimony if he asked me about that one.
All right. I just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 19 for identification and ask whether or not, if you look at the second page, whether that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not that was one of the items that was discussed with you yesterday.
Judge, I'm going to object. We did not discuss this item yesterday.
Well, the representation is that the state did not introduce that yesterday. So even if the witness, if the state did not introduce that evidence yesterday, the witness could not have seen that yesterday.
I believe that was one of the reports that was given to the witness to refresh her recollection.
Well, the state's representation is that apparently that testimony concerning that document was not elicited yesterday. Is that correct, Attorney McGill?
That's correct, Judge. And if I can have a moment with Attorney Schoenauer, perhaps I can clear this up.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So all of the exhibits that you examined, all of the laboratory work that you did with regard to what was taken from the home in New Canaan, all of the, whatever findings you made, either there was an inconclusive result or it eliminated Michelle Troconis's DNA from being a contributor. Isn't that right?
Yes, I do not recall having a positive association.
Meaning it was, if there was no positive association, meaning it was a negative association, right?
Or inconclusive or insufficient.
No, when it came to the, right, either it was insufficient for you to make a conclusion, or it was inconclusive, or she was eliminated, correct?
Correct.
There was no positive association whatsoever from what was located in the house at 6 Wells Lane, correct?
Correct.
And when it came to all of your examination of the Suburban, the Chevy Suburban from New Canaan, all of those results were negative as to Michelle Troconis. Isn't that right?
Or insufficient or inconclusive.
Now, I just want to ask you a couple of questions to understand a little bit about transfer DNA. We got into that a little bit yesterday. We talked a little bit about primary and secondary transfer, correct?
We did, yes.
And you said you didn't like to use the word touch DNA because sometimes things are transferred without actually physically touching. Is that right?
Correct. The forensic communities doesn't want to refer to every little bit of DNA that may be left on the surface as touch, because we don't know, that would be implying that somebody actually did touch it to leave the DNA, which is not necessarily true.
So in fact, as we speak now, it's possible that some of our DNA is actually floating through the air just by virtue of our speaking. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
And as I indicated that yesterday, you can test for as little as 3 cells. Isn't that right?
We can test for something that comes undetected on our quant. When we test how much we think of DNA we have, and we still can try and amp it. Doesn't mean we're going to get a profile, but we can try.
So in other words, like anything, if you were to swipe this microphone, even if nobody touched it, it is conceivable from your experience that there might be some DNA on that, right?
It's possible, yes.
And it might be detected when it's run through the lab as opposed to you can't see anything on it, right?
Correct, yes. You can't see DNA.
And as I also asked you, I believe we got into it a very little bit yesterday, your DNA analysis did not distinguish between whether something came from a liquid such as DNA, blood, or from skin cells. Isn't that right?
Yes, we cannot distinguish that.
So when we're talking about transfer DNA, would it be likely or at least possible that if one person handed a cake box to another person, that there might be transfer of DNA from the person who's giving the cake box to the person who's receiving?
Objection, no foundation for the hypothetical, Judge.
That's sustained.
If I were to ask you to assume that one person handed a cake box to another person with their bare hands, and the other person accepted that box and then took it into their home, would it be possible that the first person who did the giving of that cake box their DNA would end up in the hands of the second
I
person?
object, no foundation for the hypothetical.
Well, the question straddles a hypothetical and just a basic question about transfer DNA. As a hypothetical, it does not accurately reflect a scenario that has been presented.
No, but it does.
Well, the court has not finished.
Yeah.
Because the court recalls no evidence about a cake box. So the court sees this not so much as a hypothetical, it fails as a hypothetical, but as a general question about how DNA is transferred. The court will overrule the objection.
Right.
So if someone touches a cake box, gives it to someone else, and then that cake box winds up inside a house, would the person's DNA be on that cake box?
Yes.
Yes, it would, possibly, if he left DNA behind.
All right. And would that also, if the person took the cake box in the location where the person, the giver, had been holding the box, is it possible that some of the DNA would also be transferred to the hands of the recipient?
That is possible.
And if that second person then opened a doorknob, would it be possible that some of the transferred DNA would end up on that
I
doorknob?
object, Your Honor.
Well, now this is starting to sound as if the door is being opened to a hypothetical, which has not been sufficiently articulated, so the objection is sustained.
Well, I will submit, Your Honor, that this is a factual, there will be this testimony. The fact that this witness is called before that testimony is elicited would not require, if I'm phrasing it in as a hypothetical, and I'm representing there will be this testimony will come at a later date regarding this.
Well, the hypothetical would have to begin this way. Assume certain facts,
All right.
and those facts already should have been introduced. From the assumption of the certain facts, you may add another fact, but those facts can't come down from the heavens as a hypothetical when none of the facts have been introduced. So sustained.
Would you also assume, for purposes of my hypothetical, that a person hands a piece of Easter Bunny chocolate, breaks it off, and hands it to the second person, and that person then puts it in their mouth? Would there be a possible, I'm not finished with my question. Would there be a possibility that DNA would be transferred to that second person's hands based on that scenario?
I object. Same objection.
Well, this is walking back the hypothetical, but any extension of the chocolate candy will then don the clothing of a hypothetical, and that will probably run into an objection, which the court would probably sustain. So the court will allow the chocolate candy example. The objection is overruled.
Sorry, can you repeat the scenario?
Yes, if a person was holding a chocolate, these chocolate Easter bunnies, right? And they break off a piece of that with their hand, and they hand it to the second person. And that second person then puts that candy, the chocolate in their mouth. Is it possible that the DNA would transfer from the first person, the one who's holding the chocolate bunny, to the hands of the recipient of that chocolate candy?
It's possible.
All right. So whenever you transfer DNA from one person to another, anything that person, the second person touches might also contain some of those skin cells of the first person, right?
It's possible, yes.
And it would be enough so that it would be detectable through a swab and then placed through the STR mix program. Is that right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, the question is, would it be detectable? That's the question.
Yes.
Well, the court would assume that the answer is going to be articulated by the expert, either that, yes, that's possible, or yes with an explanation, or no with an explanation. So the court will overrule the objection.
Do you remember the question?
Will it be detected?
Yeah.
It all depends on how much DNA was transferred from the first time to the second person, and how long the time frame was in between. I couldn't say that it would definitely be detected.
Oh, not necessarily definitely, but it's possible to be detected.
If there was enough DNA there, yes.
Right. And you said over what period of time? Is there a minimum or maximum period of time that DNA disappears from a surface?
No, again, it's all the different situations, what kind of DNA it is, what kind of elements it's exposed to, how long, how hard it was pushed on that material, friction, the kind of surface it is, if it's porous. There's so many situations. I couldn't tell you how long.
Would weather affect that in terms of it being, if it's warmer as opposed to like now it's snowing out, would that affect it?
Oh yeah, all weather, yes.
And so warm weather would be more likely to last longer, is that right?
No, warm weather would also increase moisture and degradation of bacteria.
And how long would it take for DNA to degrade in warm weather?
There's no time frame. Again, it's how much DNA is there, what kind of DNA is there, how hot the temperature is. I couldn't give you a time frame.
Have you been able to recover DNA for something that's been exposed to moist weather for 1 or 2 days?
I don't know that I've ever have a sample that I specifically did that, no.
All right, what about it indoors? Inside a home, would it last longer if it's not exposed to the elements?
It could.
I have no further questions. Well, if I could just hold on for 1 second, I just want to confer. So I just want to be clear that when you did your testing, some of you testified that some of the swabs were in fact where a contributor was the subject of the toothbrush swab, correct? In the comparison you did.
That I matched the toothbrush to some swabs?
Yes.
Yes, I did, yes.
All right. And so that we're not talking around it, if we were to assume that the toothbrush belonged to Jennifer Dulos, which is one of the things you did assume, right?
Yes.
Right. Then you still can't tell whether the DNA that you examined and deconvoluted using STR mix came from the mouth, from blood, or from skin cells, right?
The DNA that was on the toothbrush?
Well, we assume the DNA in the toothbrush must have come from inside the mouth, right?
Well, yes. Again, I don't understand the question. What DNA?
Well, we're assuming that came from somebody brushing their teeth, right?
Well, yes, but I can't say that it definitely came from her mouth.
Of course not. So I'm saying that the rest of the swabs that you compared it with, you don't know whether the source came from the mouth, the hand, that is touch, the skin cells, or from a bodily fluid, correct?
So you're talking about all the other evidence?
All the other examinations.
Correct. I can't tell you where that DNA came from.
All right. Thank you very much.
Is there a redirect?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Maydell, yesterday you were asked a series of questions about whether or not the swabbings which were submitted to the Division of Scientific Services were subsequently tested for confirmatory blood. Do you recall those questions?
I do, yes.
Are there certain protocols that the laboratory has with respect to whether or not they're going to be testing for confirmatory blood?
Yeah, so there's a typical protocol where typically confirmatory testing for blood is done when it's a homicide case. These samples came in as a missing persons case, and a lot of them had the screening test for KM already done. So we don't repeat a test that's already been done by somebody that we do. So that's why we did not perform the KM testing again. And then also, we don't want to
Your Honor, I'm going to object because she had testified yesterday, this was outside her area, that she just is aware that someone else does it. So for her to be the one to explain it, she's the wrong witness for that. She was limited to DNA.
Well, she's not talking about DNA. She's talking about lab process. And she's been at the lab for 20 years and is a supervisor. So the objection is overruled.
I think I left off that we also don't want to do extra screening testing or confirmatory testing if we have limited samples. So we really want to make sure that we're processing as much of that swab for the actual DNA test and not use some on a confirmatory or a screening test.
And so, as I understand your testimony, when a confirmatory test is done, more of the sample has to be used for that particular test. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Well, because of the technical nature of the testimony, the court is going to allow some leeway on leading questions because, quite frankly, at times, counsel is making sure through the leading question that he or she understands the technology themselves. Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Yes, so if we were to go do another either KM or confirmatory test, we would have to take a cutting of that swab, which would then reduce the size sample that went to DNA.
Thank you. I have nothing additional.
Just very briefly, you already testified that you would not, some of the testing that was done was confirmed as blood, correct?
No.
Nothing?
We did screening testing for blood. We didn't do confirmatory.
All right,
And
and
the
you-
stuff we talked about yesterday.
All right. So if we were, again, if some of the screening was done, someone confirmed that it in fact was blood for some of these swabs, right?
Not that I'm aware of. We just did screening.
All right. But you testified yesterday that you would never come into a courtroom and testify that a presumptive test was sufficiently scientifically reliable for you to swear that it was blood, right?
I object outside the scope.
Well, the testimony yesterday, well, the first question addressed whether or not there was confirmatory testing. The second question addressed what was testified to yesterday concerning this witness testifying that she would never come into a courtroom and say that a certain substance was blood just based on a screening. So that testimony went in yesterday. The court would allow it. Overruled.
Yes, I testified yesterday that I would never testify to a screening test being confirmatory for blood, and I'm not saying I'm doing that now.
You just use it as, you would agree that KM, which I think you just talked about, you call that a screening, it's a presumptive test,
We
right?
call it a screening test, yes.
All right. And that's so that you avoid the necessity of having to prove that something is blood or not blood, right?
No, we don't necessarily not want to prove that it's blood. We just want to see if something possibly can be blood, so then we pass it on for DNA testing.
So if you would agree with me that at least blood, if you were able to retrieve it, would have DNA, right?
Yes,
But an object, just because it tests positive presumptively for KM, would not necessarily mean that the DNA came from blood. That's my point.
yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
I have nothing, Judge.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle.
Oh, and Judge, just for the record, we are going to be recalling Ms. Maydell later.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Mark Davison, or I'm sorry, Davison. May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Madam Clerk.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Mark Davison, MarkDavison,
And your affiliation?
Connecticut State Police.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Your Honor, may I inquire? Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir, are you currently working with the state police?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your current position, please?
I'm currently the commanding officer of the Office of Administrative Services. I'm a lieutenant colonel.
And how long have you worked for the Connecticut State Police?
Just about 18 years now.
And could you please briefly just describe some of your career path with the Connecticut State Police, please?
Yes, I started out on patrol in Troop G in Bridgeport. I worked on patrol for 3 years. Took a test for the Major Crime Squad. I spent 9 years with the Western District Major Crime Squad, primarily a little time as a street detective, 2 years as a crime scene detective. I was promoted to sergeant during that time period. I supervised the criminal investigative unit up at Troop L in Litchfield, and then I was the supervisor of the crime scene van for the next approximately 5 years. Subsequent to that, I was promoted to lieutenant. I ran a barracks up at Troop L for 2.5 years, was promoted to captain. I was the commanding officer of the academy for 2 classes, took 1.5 years, a short period of time at Western District as the acting commanding officer and promoted to lieutenant colonel. And I've been up at headquarters for the last 1.5 years.
And briefly, could you describe some of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in engineering from the United States Naval Academy and a Master of Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
At the University of New Haven, did you specialize in a particular topic?
Part of my education there consisted of research, which I did on bloodstain pattern analysis specific to area of origin reconstructions and measurement error, and an independent study relative to conducting bloodstain pattern analysis.
What exactly is bloodstain pattern analysis?
The bloodstain pattern analysis is an examination of the size, shape, distribution of bloodstains in order to determine the mechanisms that created them. So it can be used in certain circumstances to determine sequence, origin, position, location, determine a mechanism that created the patterns, support or refute testimony, or eliminate certain circumstances that could not have happened.
Could you explain some of your training and education that you received specific to blood pattern analysis?
Specific to blood stain pattern analysis, I have approximately 600 hours of training. That training consists of 2 basic courses that I was a co-instructor on, 2 advanced courses in blood stain pattern analysis, a course in report writing and documentation, an advanced course in fluid dynamics related to blood stain pattern analysis, an advanced course related to fabric bloodstain pattern analysis on fabrics in a BPA level 2 course. In addition to that, I'm a member of the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts. Since 2014, I've attended the last 9 training conferences, which are 4-day conferences related to bloodstain analysis and other topics. In addition to that, I have in totality 1,250 hours of training relative to death investigation and crime scene investigation. That includes my bloodstain training.
And with respect to teachings, have you held any teaching positions?
I'm currently an adjunct professor at the University of New Haven and Central Connecticut State University. I've taught for the last 8 years at the University of New Haven, graduate and undergraduate level courses in bloodstain analysis, crime scene investigation, forensic technology, and introduction to forensic science, and an officer-involved shooting course at Central Connecticut State University.
And have you conducted blood pattern analysis before?
Yes.
About how many times?
I've worked on or consulted on approximately 42 cases relative to bloodstain pattern analysis. My experience relative to bloodstain cases is approximately 130 cases. I've written or peer-reviewed reports on bloodstain pattern analysis approximately 25 times.
And was this in your capacity as a Connecticut State Police Trooper?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you testified concerning your results before?
Yes,
About how many times?
4 times.
Have you testified or consulted for the defense before?
I have consulted with defense before.
Okay, and just where was that?
A case out of Michigan.
In May of 2019, were you asked to respond to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan?
Yes, ma'am.
Who made that request of you?
That was Detective Riley from Western District.
Do you recall what day that call came in?
The 25th of May, 2019.
What did you do?
I responded to the scene approximately 1,300 hours. It's 1 o'clock. Met with the crime scene unit, got a brief from Detective Riley and the team relative to the case they were working on and the specifics that they were asking that I do, which was to examine bloodstains that were located in the garage and on a vehicle that was within the garage at 69 Wells.
And how did you use a blood, can I just call it BPA? Is that okay? If I just say BPA, bloodstain pattern analysis?
Fine with me, ma'am.
Okay. How did you use BPA in evaluating the garage that day?
Relative to the garage in terms of the stains that were located there, a portion of them lent themselves to a reconstruction to determine essentially an origin or an area where a blood source originated from. In addition to that, bloodstains on the vehicle also lent themselves to a partial reconstruction relative to the origin of those stains. So in addition to that, I documented bloodstains that were located within the garage on that vehicle, and then on a Suburban, another vehicle that was part of that case.
Did you conduct your analysis or reconstruction that day on the 25th?
In terms of documentation, yes, the reconstruction piece was done on the 27th of May.
Why a different day?
At that time, the crime scene unit had been at that scene since the early morning hours of the 25th. So they worked through the night. By the time we cleared on the 25th was approximately 5:30 p.m. So they had been up all night and all day. So the decision was made to return on the 27th in order to continue processing, to put them back on a sleep cycle that was conducive to efficiency and work.
Did you return to 69 Wells on 5/27?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was with you when you returned?
At the scene that day were detectives Riley, Pearson, LaPriori, Hazen, Keppel, Downs, McGavin, and Clabby.
And Jamie Pearson, what was her role?
Detective Pearson had been assigned to do the sketch map of the scene.
Does the sketch map assist you in your analysis?
Some of the measurements do, or assistance with the measurements that I need to take are part of that process. Yes.
Now, did you write a report of your analysis or your findings?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review any documentation prior to, actually, strike that if I may, just have one moment. Did you personally examine, or what did you personally examine prior to writing your report?
Your Honor, I'd just like to have a, before the answer, if I could just have. a
Yes, if I
comment.
can, Your Honor, I just want to. Sir, if I can, Your Honor, just with respect to only what you personally observed on us at a scene, can you please describe to the jury what you physically examined? I'm sorry, it's a really bad question. Let me put it this way. When you're at 69 Wells Lane on 527, what did you look at?
I looked at the interior of the garage, the Range Rover that was in the garage.
Now, did you also look at a Chevy Suburban?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you when you looked at this Chevy Suburban?
At the New Canaan Police Department on the 27th.
And with respect to the Range Rover that was in the garage, did you examine that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where were you when you examined that?
At the 69 Wells.
And did you review photographs that was made by other people in your analysis?
Yes.
And based on your findings in your review of that documentation, did you write a report?
Yes.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
You may, Your Honor. We're going to compare with that.
Yes.
I may approach the. If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
I may just approach the clerk. Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 30. Do you recognize that document? If I may, please don't read from it at this time. If you can, I can just ask you some questions about it. If you can read from it, not out loud. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to, if I may just approach briefly, Your Honor.
Yes.
With respect to the title, if I may, if it's okay, if I can direct your attention to a particular area. What is the title of your report, please?
Bloodstain pattern analysis.
Thank you. Now, Your Honor, the state will be filing a corrected version of that. I'm offering it as for it in its entirety today. However, there are 2 lines that just need to be redacted for agreement with counsel. I am giving it to counsel for the witness now for use for the testimony to avoid wasting time. I would offer it in its redacted form. I would leave that as ID for now.
As long as I see that copy, then I have no problem with the procedure that the state is
Thank you.
proposing.
What's the number?
30?
States 30 will be admitted as a full exhibit, subject to the redaction.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I could just, I have not spoken to the witness regarding those redactions, so if I could just have some leeway with leading him through that when it comes to that part. Thank you. Sir, is that a copy of your report?
Yes.
Thank you. And specifically on the last page, sir, if you can go to that last page, did you add a supplement to that report as well?
I did.
Okay, and is that your supplement on that report as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Could I have a moment with counsel?
Mhm. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I may take it back. With respect to the analysis that you completed for 69 wells, sir, I actually just have a couple of questions with you. With respect to a blood BPA, are there different types of, well, I'll draw that. What's an altered stain?
An altered stain is a blood stain with characteristics that indicate a physical change has occurred to it after deposition.
And are there different types of altered stains?
There are a few different types, yes.
What are some types of altered stains?
A type of altered stain is by definition and title called a wipe. So a wipe is an altered stain with characteristics that indicated what's occurred to it, meaning that an object has moved through blood that has been deposited on the surface.
And that's called a wipe?
It's a wipe.
Okay. Is there another type of altered stain?
Another altered stain is a perimeter stain, which is a blood stain that consists of just its edge characteristics. The central part either having been wholly or partially removed. So there's some change to that blood stain. It can result from a number of different circumstances.
What about a swipe?
A swipe is a blood stain that results from contact between a blood-bearing surface and another surface with indications of relative motion between the surfaces.
And a transfer stain?
A transfer stain is a blood stain that results from the transfer of blood between surfaces.
Now, you had an opportunity to personally review the garage of 69 wells, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you aware of the grid pattern sketch map that Sergeant Pearson put together?
Yes.
Okay. And have you examined that and reviewed that as part of your analysis? and report writing.
Yes.
With respect to areas A, B, and C, do you recall that that's on the I guess, left side of the garage?
Left side of the garage.
In that area, A, B, and C, did you find any altered stains?
Yes, in areas A and B.
At this time, Your Honor, state would offer states 31. I'm not sure if there's an objection.
Is that the disc?
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Stage 31 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask you to draw your attention to the screen behind you. May I just inquire of the court and the parties if all their TVs are on? In States 31, File 1, if I can, sir, I'm just going to ask you some questions if you can. Picture 1. When you said A, B, in areas A and B, is an area A depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that the area that you're talking about?
Area A, yes.
And photograph 2, did you find any altered stains in this area or depicted in that photograph?
There were altered stains or swipes located in the left portion of area A as we're looking at this picture, left central for the record.
Okay. I'm going to show you picture 3. Can you describe what's on picture 3, please?
So in picture 3, relative to the central part of the picture, the red portion of the stain that is on the surface, this blood-like stain, is characteristic of a swipe mark, which the characteristics there are relevant to movement between the blood source and the surface, striations within the stain, sometimes diminished volume, and sometimes an edge, a trailing or leading edge that is feathered in some way.
And picture 4, sir, you mentioned area B as well. Is that contained in picture 4?
Yes.
Thank you. And picture 5, what is that a picture of, sir?
This is this closer up picture of the central, say central southern portion of area B. Within this portion is a blood-like stain that has swipe characteristics again, lighter in color, striations located throughout the stain, and some other movement relative to the floor of the garage in the center right-hand portion of the picture.
Would you mind, sir, Your Honor, may I ask him to go up to the screen, please, and point out to what he's talking about? And I'm going to scroll into this as I can. Can you just explain and perhaps point out on the photograph what you're talking about when you say?
You can go to the screen. Thanks.
So I'm referencing this area here in terms of discoloration with indications of movement going from top right to bottom left of the screen. Direction is not implied. There are striations located within this stain, meaning lines or essentially parallel lines, which is another indication of movement.
Thank you, sir. And just briefly, going back to the picture 4, where was that contained in this photograph or that position?
That is near this L bracket right here.
Which would be the upper right corner of the photograph?
So
About
central, slightly to the right.
central to the right. Thank you, sir. Okay. Now, with respect to picture 6, is that a similar picture to what we just went through?
This is the same
Okay.
area, different orientation of the picture.
Okay. And area C, sir, did you find any altered stains in C?
Not that had characteristics related to the blood.
Okay. And with respect to this picture, did you find any altered stains on that is depicted in picture 8?
Not altered, but a transfer stain was located on the
And-
garage door in picture 8.
Okay. Picture 9, sir, when you say transfer stain, would you mind getting up and perhaps explaining what you mean?
This is a closer up picture of the second panel of the garage door on the left-hand side from the photograph we just looked at. There's a light reddish discoloration here and here. Within this stain, there's no indications of movement on that surface, which would be a transfer characteristic. In other words, a bloodstained surface contacted this area and then was removed. This top stain has slight characteristics of a swipe mark, particularly the top right portion of this picture has a feathered edge, which is some indication of movement relative to this stain here.
Thank you, sir. Now, with respect to area G, did you also examine that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you examine area G when the Range Rover was in the garage?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever examine area G when the Range Rover was removed?
No.
Okay. Did you review the area G with the Range Rover removed through any photographs or any other documentation done by other officers?
Yes.
And what was that documentation, by the way?
That was photographs.
Now, in area G, did you find any altered stains?
Yes, there was an altered swipe stain in area G.
Okay. What is a spatter stain?
A spatter stain is a blood stain that results from an airborne blood droplet that is created when external force is applied to liquid blood. So while that definition tells you what it is, kind of through analysis here, we analyze or characterize or classify based on characteristics. So a spatter stain typically is circular or elliptical in shape, and usually smaller, but it doesn't have to be small.
And do you utilize spatter stains in your analysis or your reconstruction?
There were spatter stains in the scene, so I did utilize them.
With respect to area G, actually, if you take a look, this is file 2 on states 31, picture 1. I'm going to draw your attention and scroll up a little, sir. Do you see down here with the pink arrow with the white marker and my cursor's on? What is that?
So that's an altered stain that contains wipes and swipes in area G. It's approximately adjacent to the rear left rear passenger door of the
Could
Land
you
Rover.
just go up and explain or maybe show where the wipe and where swipe is and maybe just explain a little bit about what the difference is?
So just within this pattern, we see a darker area here. There's some longitudinal lines running, let's say left to right across this picture. Then we have indications of movement running top to bottom on this picture. A solid blood stain here that tapers off. Stains here that have essentially a void in them, which just indicates movement up and down and then back and forth, essentially here relative to this picture. There's also some diagonal striations or indications of movement from the top left to the bottom right, not implying direction of which it's moving, just for reference for the picture. Sometimes, at least in literature, this may be called a smear, where there's multiple direction alteration to a blood stain.
Thank you, sir. And what about drip stains?
Drip stains result from a blood drop that accumulated and fell due to gravity. So there's no other force acting on a drip stain other than gravity.
Did you find any drip stains in area G?
There was one drip stain that was presumptive positive for blood in area G.
And I'm going to show you picture 3, sir. Do you recognize what's on that photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's a photograph. If we're facing the into the garage or facing the house to the right of the stairs, there are four circular stains there, characteristic of drips on the concrete to the right of the stairs as we're looking at the picture.
I'm gonna draw your attention to photo 4. If you could just describe that, sir.
That's a drip stain that consists of its perimeter characteristics. So the central part of that stain has been removed. So the perimeter we can see is relatively circular, meaning that the drop fell due to gravity and impacted the ground. The size of that drop, and this is approximately 8 to 10 millimeters, which is average size for a drip stain. But in this case, we just have essentially a perimeter stain where the central part has been removed.
How does a perimeter stain happen?
That could be from perimeter stain can result from a drying artifact. Blood dries essentially from the outside in, so the perimeters remain. The central part becomes flaky and can be removed easily, or it could be that was a wet blood stain that had partially dried, leaving the perimeter characteristics, and something removed the central portion from it.
Now, you said you weren't there for when the vehicle was removed, but did you examine the photographs afterwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm going to draw your attention to this group down here. If you could see my cursor, and one up on the upper right. And
Could we just clarify which vehicle we're talking about?
oh, the Range Rover. I'm sorry. Is this the middle bay, sir, when the Range Rover was removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to picture 6. And did you examine this photograph, sir, as
Yeah.
part of your analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you describe what these markings are?
The-
And perhaps actually, I'm sorry, if I can go to picture 7. Is do you see the label on picture 6? I'm sorry, is this GE1, GE2, and so forth?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, now picture 7, GE1, right above GE1. Could you describe that, please, to the jury?
Yeah, so what's depicted there is a blood-like spatter stain. The characteristic of the stain, we can see it has an elliptical shape. This stain is very long and thin, so it has a long axis and a short width. We can also observe in this stain that, Your Honor, is it okay?
It's better if you approach the screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in relation to this picture, this stain is left to right. We have an elliptical shape, very long and thin, This stain is approximately 1 millimeter in width. We measure blood stains, or particularly elliptical stains, just according to width in terms of reference. It's 1 millimeter. That's about the width of a dime, just for reference. A long axis that's long and thin, and then to the right side of the stain, we have a thinning portion, which essentially we refer to as a tail, and then there's a small blood stain that has detached from this tail that's located further to the right. So based on the characteristics that this is a elliptical stain, which is small in size, that's characteristic of a spatter stain. So blood that's been put into flight by an external force that landed on this surface here. We can tell the direction that this stain was deposited based on the edge characteristics of essentially the tail of the stain, or the trailing edge. Where we have a tail, particularly on this one, this indicates that the spatter stain was traveling, in this case, from the left of the picture towards the right-hand side of the picture. Sometimes with other spatter stains, you would have trailing edge disruptions that were like a scalloped shape, like the edge of a scallop shell, or small spines that come off the end. So that's really a result of blood impacting the surface, adhering to the surface, inertia carrying the blood drop forward in the direction that it was traveling in, and then surface tension arresting the blood drop as it lost inertia, which causes the disruptions and the characteristics that are on the trailing edge of the stain. So when we look at this, we know that it came from this picture from the left to the right.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, it is 1 o'clock. Do you wish
Yes.
to?
We are going to stand in our lunch and recess, and lunch and recess will be a little longer than usual. The marshals will discuss with the jury the new parking arrangements that have been made. So what we plan to do is take our lunch and recess at this time. We are not going to resume until 2:20. So please retire to the deliberation room, and please do not discuss the case.
All right. Then I'm going to record after the. Do that.
Is there anything else before we start?
Not with this witness. Before the next couple of witnesses, I want to be heard briefly about where we're going to go with the questions, because I may have an objection, I think, based on what I was told, where they want
Perhaps
to
we
go
can
with it.
finish with Mr. Davison and
Yeah.
then do this so we can.
Thank you. We can bring the jury back in, please. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. We can bring the witness back in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you may be seated, Colonel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good
You may
afternoon.
inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Colonel. How are you?
Good, ma'am. Thank you.
And we left off before the lunch break with file 2, picture 7. I'm just gonna go back one, or actually a couple. Picture 5, with respect to the marking that you went over before the break, the GE1, where is that located on the screen, if you can, on picture 5? If you wouldn't mind getting up, sir.
That's within GE1 is within this group here, so the top of the picture.
And I'm gonna scroll up. Do you see those markings, the white, up here on the upper right-hand part of the screen? Is that true? Is that where you're pointing to?
Yes, the white rectangle.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm gonna show you state picture 8 out of that same folder. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where is this? I believe it's GW. And where is the GW in that marking?
The GW group is located here, which is the mid-lower center of this photograph.
And that's
Right
picture 5. Thank you. And with respect to the GW, I'm going to show you picture 9. If you can, just explain what that picture depicts.
So this photograph depicts an elliptically shaped stain, which we previously defined as a spatter stain. Because of its shape, this stain's a little bit wider in width, and again, in terms of characteristics, has a tail, which would indicate the trailing edge of the stain, leading edge being up here. So this characteristic tells us that in this photograph, this stain was traveling in a direction from the upper portion of the photograph down towards the lower right portion of the photograph.
So I'm going to actually reference that and go back to states 5. When you say that the stain was coming from a direction, is that direction, or could you point out that direction on picture 5?
So in this picture, from the previous 2 we looked at, the white rectangles are aligned with the long axis of the stain. So in this photograph, these white rectangles are aligned with the long axis of the stain. In the GW that we just looked at, that stain was traveling, the directionality indicated was traveling from the top left of the picture towards the bottom right. So from left to right and towards us relative to this picture in the garage.
And with respect to the GE picture that we went through?
So again, similarly, GE is located in this photograph towards the upper central. The white rectangle scales were placed approximately along the long axis of those stains. And the characteristics of this stain indicate it was coming from the left portion of the picture towards the right portion of the picture.
Thank you, sir. Now, you can have a seat. Okay, thank you. With respect to, well, is there a certain methodology that you use in your BPA or blood stain pattern analysis to determine something called an area of convergence?
Yes, there is a methodology relative to a reconstruction of certain types of patterns, specifically an impact pattern, which includes a reconstruction of an area of convergence.
What is an area of convergence?
So simply put, an area of convergence, we just saw blood stains that impacted a surface. We saw blood stains that had directionality coming from one portion of the scene to the other. An area of convergence is lines, or essentially the two-dimensional flight paths of those drops that are essentially drawn back and they intersect in an area of space, which would indicate in the plane that the blood stains exist where the blood source was located. So the convergence is the space that contains the intersection of the directionalities of those blood stains.
And when you're talking about the plane or the two-dimensional plane here, what area are you talking about in this case?
The floor of the garage.
Okay. Now, with respect to determining that area of convergence, were there specific stains that you used throughout the garage?
Specifically at the left side of the garage were the stains that were utilized.
How many would they be called spatter stains? Is that the appropriate terminology? How many spatter stains were found in the left side of the garage in total?
A minimum of 26 stains were located on the left side of the garage.
And how many did you utilize in the course of your reconstruction?
There were 7 stains that were selected and utilized for that portion of the reconstruction.
Why 7?
The part of the methodology relative to a reconstruction regarding an impact pattern or area of origin relates to certain circumstances, which starts with stain selection. So we want to choose well-formed elliptical stains as part of the initial process of the reconstruction. Further, we want a representative sample from the distribution of those stains to get the best spread or the best diversification relative to the directionality that they traveled. So just to maybe make this a little bit clearer, we're talking about an impact pattern, which is a blood stain pattern that results from an object striking a source of liquid blood. So when that happens, blood is dispersed from an area source because blood's a liquid, it's non-compressible. The energy of the impact essentially causes the blood drops to break up and disperse. So they travel out in a radiating distribution that is, and the blood drops are traveling on a flight path that's essentially a parabolic arc, concave downward. So it's that mechanism and those characteristics that we're looking for and then further examining to reconstruct that area of origin.
So with respect to area A, how many spots did you utilize in your reconstruction?
2 stains were used from area A.
And just briefly, file, I believe 3, picture 1. Where were those stains, or is the area that you took those stains depicted in that photograph? Your Honor, if you could just go on up and point, thank you.
I need to read the labels, but
There, I can scroll in.
The top stain in this picture, as it was zoomed in on, was one of the stains utilized.
Is that a better picture? This is picture 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and out of the 3 stains marked A16, A17, and A18, which one, if any, did you use?
A18 was utilized in the reconstruction.
And did you use another stain in area A?
Yes.
Okay. And which stain did you use in that one? Here, I can show you picture 4. Is it out of A12, A13, A14, or A15? Did you utilize any of those?
The top right, A15 was utilized.
No. If I can scroll. With respect to A15, when you say, why did you choose that stain, by the way?
This stain has well-defined edges. It's clearly elliptical in shape and has an evident directionality.
And what is the directionality?
Relative to this stain, it is traveling from the bottom left of the picture towards the top right, or top left, excuse me.
Okay. And that's 5. In area B, how many stains did you utilize?
2 were utilized from area B.
Do you recall which ones those were? Here, I can scroll up. We have B9, B10, and B11. This is picture 7. May I inquire if any of those you utilized in your analysis?
B11 was utilized.
Okay. And why did you utilize B11? This is picture 8.
Same reasons as the previous one, A15, elliptical stain, evident directionality, and representative of the sectors of dispersion.
What is the directionality?
This stain is moving from, the directionality is from the lower right of the picture towards the upper left.
And picture 9, did you utilize that stain, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is B3, exhibit 38.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you utilize that picture, that stain?
Same reasons as before, the characteristics relative to it, and this stain is in a different portion of area B. So the directionality here is traveling from the upper right of the picture towards the bottom left. So again, this is choosing stains that are a representative sample of the dispersion that we saw, or I saw on the floor of the garage.
No, you said it was in a different area of B. I'm going to go back, if I can, to picture 6. What area did you mean by that?
The lower left of this picture.
And with respect to the B11, where was that?
B11 was in the upper center portion of the picture.
Okay. Now, what about area C? Did you utilize any stains in area C?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and picture 10 shows an area C. Is the area that you chose the stain from depicted in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Center portion.
Okay. Picture 11, what does that depict, sir?
This is a spatter stain that was designated as C2, located in area C.
And did you utilize that in your analysis?
Yes.
Why?
It's elliptical in shape, has an evident directionality, and is representative of the few stains that were in area C.
And with respect to area G, did you utilize any stains in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the area that is the stain that you utilized depicted in that photograph of area G, which is picture 12, please?
Yes, ma'am. Both two stains.
Okay, which stains did you utilize?
G20, which is the center portion of the picture, and G19, which is the lower right portion of the picture.
Picture 13, sir, could you explain why you chose G19?
Again, this was representative of the entire pattern. The stain's elliptical in shape, has a slight indication of directionality towards the right edge.
And the direction?
In this picture, it is from the left portion of the picture towards the upper portion of the right side.
And G20, sir, why did you choose that one?
Elliptical in shape, clearly defined edges, and representative of the entire pattern on the floor.
Now, once you chose the specific stains, what is the next step?
The next step in the process is to measure the width and the length of the stains. So there's a relationship between the width and the length and the angle that the stain impacted the surface on. So in order to determine what that angle is, it's called an impact angle, which is really, it's the angle between the flight path of the blood drop and the surface that it is deposited on. So there's a trigonometric ratio that relates the width and the length of the stain to the angle that it impacts.
And did you conduct that analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
The measurements and everything?
Yes.
Okay. After you conducted the measurements and the say the math, what's the next step?
The next step there is to determine the area of convergence of the stains, which in this case are essentially retracing their flight paths along the ground or the garage floor in this case to determine where and what area they intersect.
And how did you do that?
I did it with strings. We run strings through the long axis of the stain, opposite the direction of travel, opposite the direction that the stain was traveling. And they intersect in a space somewhere in that direction of travel.
If I can draw your attention to picture 15, sir. And I'm actually going to ask you about this group, if you can see my cursor, along the garage floor of pink strings. Could you just explain a little bit about what those are?
Yes. So the strings here, starting with the top left and going counterclockwise, represent are the flight paths of the stains that were selected for the analysis on the ground. So we're in this case we're dealing with a spatter pattern that is on the ground versus one that may be on a vertical surface, so horizontal surface. So these strings essentially represent the horizontal flight path of the drops as they were dispersed and landed towards the perimeter of the garage.
Now, there are a lot of times in looking at that photograph that the strings intersect. How did you determine the area of convergence out of that?
Right. So we see here as the flight paths of the stains have been drawn through the long axis. They converge. There are a space of intersections, which are essentially in the center of this photograph. So there are a number of different areas where at least 3 of the strings cross, which ultimately this space defines the area of convergence for those blood drops. So it's an area. It's not specifically a point in space. Blood is dispersed from an area source. And so the net result is an area of convergence where the intersections manifest.
If I can, I'm going to move on to picture 16. Sir, what does this show?
So this is a top-down view with the front of the garage being at the top of the picture. So this is a top-down view of the intersections that I had just described. There are pink arrows that are pointing to 4 different areas in this photograph. 3 towards the center and 1 towards the lower portion of the picture. And then there's a yellow arrow that points to essentially a point onto on the garage floor.
And what is the yellow arrow?
So in determining the area of convergence here, because we are ultimately trying to determine, utilizing this method of reconstruction, essentially a point where we can measure to determine the area of origin or how high the blood stains were, in this case off of the floor, when the blood event occurred. So in order to do that, I measured the location relative to the surface here, or relative to the garage floor, of where these essentially focal points of intersections are, and then just take their average, which gives me a point here. Ultimately, this is a range, which in this case runs approximately 4 inches laterally and 11 inches vertically in this picture. But the mean of these intersections ultimately is represented by the yellow arrow on the floor.
Sir, what is an area of origin?
So an area of origin is the space in 3 dimensions where a blood source was dispersed from. So the convergence is 2 dimensions, in this case on the floor. That blood source, where it originates off the floor, in this case is the area of origin. If we had a spatter pattern on a vertical surface, we would essentially replicate this and then determine how far off of that vertical surface the blood source, where it resided.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
I'm actually going to go to picture 18. What does that show, sir?
So this is the photograph of the completed reconstruction, utilizing the angles of impact that were calculated from measurement, the measurement of each stain from that yellow arrow, that yellow area of convergence that was calculated previously. And then again, through trigonometry or some math, the height of each of those stains above the floor was determined. So this puts us, in this case, there's a piece of white tape on this photo pole that's towards the center of the picture, which represents the average of each of the heights that comprise this reconstruction. So this height was approximately 3.5 feet. And again, it's a range, because not every stain is coming back to a single point, a range of 36 to 43 inches.
And just to be clear, are you finished with your reconstruction at this point?
Relative to the, yes.
Okay, are you, after you completed this, did you also have an opportunity to examine the Chevy Suburban? At, I think you said New Canaan PD?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the height that you determined on this area of origin, did that information you gleaned from the Chevy Suburban change the height in your opinion?
So just as part of this reconstruction, these stains are on a horizontal surface. So the fact that they're downward moving stains, gravity and air resistance needs to be taken into effect on their flight paths. So the flight path over the ground remains constant, negating any wind currents or other fluctuations in that. But the vertical component of that, because they're downward, gravity and air resistance needs to be taken into account. In examining the Suburban, there were spatter stains located on the right front door, the right rear door, and underneath the Suburban. So under the premise that the Suburban was in the garage at the time of the bloodshed event, the height of this reconstruction is not possible because the blood would have had to travel through the Suburban in order to be deposited onto the floor.
Now, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about the Suburban, if I can.
Before we move on to the next series of questions, Colonel, can you explain what the significance is of the areas of convergence?
Yes, Your Honor. The significance would be relative to a reconstruction that we can take static spatter stains and determine the area relative to the scene in 3 dimensions from where the blood source originated.
So the intersection of those strings what significance does that have?
The significance of we would be able to determine the position of the blood source. So in terms of if it was low to the ground and I had a 3.5 foot or I had a 3.5 foot area of convergence and say testimony that the blood source was low to the ground, those are not compatible. So we can put that blood source, that area in a location in space to determine or answer investigative questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So if you could take a look at the picture behind you, it's, I believe, picture 1 on file 4 states 31. Could you tell me what is depicted in that photograph, please?
This is a picture of the lower portion of the right rear door of the Suburban. So within this photograph, we have elliptically shaped spatter stains, predominantly concentrated in the lower half of the door. You can see in here there's directional angles that indicate on some of the stains that they're traveling from the lower portion of the door towards the upper portion or right to left in this picture. We also have some stains that have some varying directionalities that are their directionality appears horizontal, like they're traveling straight across the door. There's also a number of stains here that have a curvilinear type of distribution that go from the right portion of the picture and curve on a downward arc towards the lower part of the door and towards the running board. So there's a varying degree of say organization for these stains because we have different orientations and different different directional angles.
What does that tell you?
It conceivably, in terms of analysis, that these stains could be interrelated and come from the same event, or because they have different flight paths, there could be another event. This could be a composite pattern that consists of multiple events relative to this deposition.
Is that relative to the area of convergence that we just saw? Or is that relative to its own area?
I mean, at this point, it could be relative to that area of convergence or not.
And in your review of the Chevy Suburban, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the Chevy Suburban was parked in the garage at the time of the, I guess, blood impact?
I mean, based on the spatter stains that were on the Chevy, it's known history the day before, the 25th, the 24th, and the blood stains on the floor. It is likely that the Suburban was parked on the left side of the garage facing forward at the time of the bloodshed event.
Now, I'm going to move on to picture 2. What does this show, sir?
Pardon me. So this photograph is the lower portion of the forward part of the rear door of the Suburban. So we see on this lower portion spatter stains, again, somewhat directionality here that are traveling from the lower portion of the door towards the upper portion. Some have a flat trajectory again, like the pattern that we looked at before. And some of these stains are somewhat circular, so you can't necessarily discern direction from them.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, so if you have multiple directions in one area, is that indicative of one impact event or more than one, or can you even say?
To some degree, that relative to these stains, it's not conclusive because these blood drops, even some that are on a horizontal plane, may have just been dispersed with a different velocity, and gravity is acting and air resistance are acting on them as they're traveling through the air. So that trajectory may have been flattened out instead of another drop that had a different velocity and is still traveling in the upward direction. So it's not conclusive. They're just not as organized in formation as other patterns.
And picture 3, sir?
This was just a close-up picture of a spatter stain that was seized as an exhibit, and a closer up picture of some spatter stains, which here we can see directionality on lower right to upper left. And in this case, the center stain is traveling from right to left, but it has a downward direction to it.
And picture 4, sir, you can describe that.
So this picture, so just to orient you to the picture, the seam here that is in the upper portion of the picture, the right part of this is the front door. The left part of this is the rear door. So underneath the vehicle here, we have spatter stains that are in a radiating type of distribution as we move from right to left across this picture. We have clearly elliptical stains, varied in size. Some stains are larger, which were 4 to 6 millimeters. Some stains millimeter to sub-millimeter and smaller. So in this picture, we have directionality on a flat surface underneath the vehicle, And this surface here beneath the ruler was angled to some degree. So it's a little hard to tell from this picture, the orientation. But we have stains impacting at angles relative to the underside of this vehicle, meaning their origin was below the ground clearance of the vehicle.
And did that determination play a factor into your opinion that the vehicle was parked in the garage at the time of the impact event?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, with respect to picture 5, sorry, if you could just explain, did you utilize that at all in your analysis?
Just in terms of observation that there were spatter stains on vertical surface, blood-like spatter stains on vertical surfaces underneath the vehicle.
And actually, going to go to picture 9. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And can you explain your analysis of it, please?
So this stain was located on the rear tailgate, plastic portion of the rear tailgate. Circular in shape. It has some scalloped edges here. It's indicative of a drip stain based on its size, which is approximately 10 millimeters. Further, we see edge characteristics here and a partial removal of the center portion of the stain with a directionality that goes from the stain in the center towards the upper right portion of the picture, indicating this is a drip stain that was subsequently wiped. We have edge characteristics that are remaining.
When you say a drip stain that's wiped, what do you mean by that?
So a drip stain was deposited here, a drop that formed due to gravity, and it was at some point altered.
Now, with respect to the other vehicle in the garage, the Range Rover, did you have an opportunity to examine that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to draw your attention to file 5. Is that the vehicle that you examined?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you conduct a reconstruction on that vehicle as well?
In terms of area of convergence for the front door, yes.
Okay. And picture 2, what is depicted in that photograph, sir?
This is a photograph of the left front door, the driver's door of the Range Rover.
And is there any, did you utilize the same method of collecting spatter stains on the Range Rover that you did the same method that you described in your testimony with respect to the garage floor?
Not in terms of collection, but in terms of identifying representative samples from a radiating pattern and utilizing strings to determine an area of convergence, yes.
Okay, picture 3, sir.
So this is an angled view of the front door. We're better able to visualize the spatter stains. So we're looking at this photograph from the front of the car towards the rear. And in this picture, we can see spatter stains that are dispersed in a radiating distribution closer together towards the bottom left of the picture, further away as we get towards the upper right of the picture with directionalities that indicate the stains are traveling from lower left to upper right.
And did you utilize any one of those as a spatter stain in a reconstruction?
4 stains were utilized to just determine an area of convergence here. One was seized as an exhibit.
And picture 4?
Picture 4 is the left rear door of the Range Rover. In this picture, there are spatter stains that are deposited in a curvilinear type of distribution meaning their directionalities. They're are, in this case, moving from approximately horizontal and trending downward towards the lower right portion of the vehicle as they're deposited.
And picture 5, sir, if you could just explain what that is.
So in this picture, this is the, again, the left front door of the Range Rover. Stains representative from that radiating distribution were selected. Strings were pulled along the long axis opposite their direction of travel, similar to what was done on the garage floor. And these strings intersected at an area here on the vehicle, which was approximately 18 inches to the rear of the front seam, between the door and the front fender.
Sir, is that that area of convergence related or separate, in your opinion, to the area of convergence that was found on the garage floor?
So this is two-dimensional in this case. The garage floor was separated from this area of convergence by approximately 32 inches. So there's a spatial separation there. In this piece of the reconstruction, because there's varied angles relative to a car's surface, it's curved. So a three-dimensional analysis was not done here because of those curved surfaces and then related to the angles. So it's two-dimensional here. These things would have originated at some point out in space or away from the car, but the distance that separated this pattern and the other area of convergence was 32 inches, almost 3 feet. They're offset by approximately a foot.
So if the two instances or area of convergences are offset by a foot and about 3 feet, are they related or separate incidences?
I mean, that's part of the data for the conclusion. But the other portion of that is relative to blood stains that are underneath this vehicle, which are traveling under and towards the right rear. We have spatter on the Suburban traveling under and essentially radiating through all sides underneath. So we have spatial separation, different directions on patterns, and also really a lack of spatter stains in between the two vehicles, other than the two spatter stains that were in area G.
So because of those factors, what does that tell us?
So based on those factors in the context of the scene, it indicates that there are mutually exclusive bloodshed events, one on each vehicle.
So does that mean I'm sorry, let me ask you that, does that mean that there were 2 impacts in that area?
A minimum of 2.
And just briefly to go through, when you're talking about the disbursement of the patterns underneath the vehicle, does this photograph represent what you're talking about? Paragraph this picture 7, I can, or I can do picture 8.
Yeah, but this one I think is a little easier to see. So in this picture, we have a long rectangular arrow and or long rectangular scale and a short rectangular scale. A green arrow in the center. So, within here, there are spatter stains that are essentially on the lower portion of the front door. So there's a plastic piece to this door that we can see that runs. There's a curved section on the upper portion between the sheet metal, plastic. The section that is in the center is relatively flat, and then this curves. This essentially curves underneath. There are spatter stains here that are in a radiating distribution. some larger, 4 to 6 millimeters, some smaller that have directional angles that are moving from the left side of the vehicle towards the right side, and from the left side of the vehicle towards the right rear. Also in this picture, this crease here that runs along the bottom edge of scale of item E, the lower portion of this picture is actually the underside of the vehicle. So it's horizontal. How this picture is oriented, it kind of makes this look like it's in the same plane, but just for awareness, the lower portion is under the vehicle, horizontal. This portion is curved and above the ground clearance.
I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about the Range Rover, sir. Were there instances of non-spatter on the Range Rover?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you file 6, please. And by non-spatter, what does that mean?
So we can maybe just back up a little bit relative to the non-spatter. So in determining classifications of stains, we use a taxonomic system, or a system that's based on characteristics, similar to how animals are identified by species. So depending on which system you utilize, a blood stain starts at the top, i.e. the animal kingdom. And then based on characteristics, we break down into smaller subgroups. The spatter subgroup are stains that are circular or elliptical in shape, which we've been looking at in the most recent pictures. The non-spatter group are stains that are not circular or elliptical in shape. So when we look at initially characteristics and we see circular or elliptical, we start examining characteristics in the spatter group. In this case, stains that are not circular or elliptical, we look at non-spatter.
If I can, I'm going to show you actually picture 3. And actually, if I can, I'm sorry, I'm going to actually go to 4. Picture 4, sir. If you could explain what your opinion is of that, please.
So this is the emblem that says Land Rover, which is on the driver's side of the vehicle, the left front. There's a spatter stain here that is not circular elliptical in shape. It has some well-defined edges, and it also has voids at certain locations within the pattern. So a void is an absence of blood in an otherwise continuous stain. Shape is relatively rectangular. And so based on that deposition, this is indicative of a transfer stain that has a pattern associated with it. So
What
a
is-
pattern transfer.
Does that mean the item that had the blood-like substance on it touched that and transferred it? Or what exactly does that mean? Am I
So transfer is a result of a blood-stained surface contacting a non-blood-stained surface and leaving blood behind. Whether it's in a pattern or not depends on the object and how much blood.
Picture 5, please.
Another example: lower portion of the grill of a transfer stain or transfer stains that are located in this case in the center portion of the lower part of the grill in the picture.
And did you find any spatter on the tires?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This tire?
Yes, ma'am. Left front.
Picture 7, please. Do you see that in there? Do you see any spatter stain in there?
Yes, so we're looking at the left front tire in this case. So there are small blood-like stains located in the spokes of the hubcap, primarily on the surfaces that are facing our direction. So we're looking at this tire essentially from the rear of the car forward. So there are small, mostly circular spatter stains located within the spokes of the hubcap.
In picture 8, what does that show?
So this is the left front portion of the bumper, the left side of the bumper. So we have the plastic bumper portion in the upper part, the gray plastic portion in the lower part. So in this picture, there are some somewhat circular or somewhat elliptical stains here. They really lack a consistency necessarily with one of those geometric shapes. Further, in some of these stains, the center portion has been removed, so we just have perimeter stains that are present there. Their distribution is essentially nonlinear. There's some stains that could be determined to have a linear orientation, but for the most part, it's a nonlinear distribution. Also beneath this Exhibit 69 sticker is a blood stain that is representative of a flow pattern, which is essentially a volume of blood that moves along a surface relative to gravity or a change or disruption in the surface. That's located at the corner of the bumper, the lower center of this picture.
Now, with respect to the perimeter stains on the upper middle, do you see that area in the upper middle? Yes, I'll show you.
Yes, sir.
Cursor. You testified that the inside of the stain may have been removed. Could that have been done if somebody wiped down the car?
That's one possibility.
Okay. And with respect to, actually, I'll leave it. If I may show you, go back to this picture, sir. This is file 5, I believe, picture 2. Do you see these markings that my cursor is going across the door from left to right or right to left? Are those indicative of wipe marks?
I couldn't say whether they are or they aren't.
Okay. And by wipe marks, I don't mean, by the way, a BPA. There wasn't any blood spatter under those markings, the left to right, the middle of the door. Is that correct? Well,
I'm sorry.
let me rephrase. That's a bad question. I apologize. All the spatter marks on the driver's side door of the Range Rover, where were they contained in, or what area?
Relatively in the lower portion of the door.
Okay, so the area in the middle to upper portion of the door where we see those sweeping marks across the door, did you find any spatter stains in that area?
I'm not sure whether there was or wasn't any in that area relative to how high something may have
Been, okay.
traveled.
And with respect to the perimeter stains here on picture 8 that you were showing, did you see those in other areas of the car as well?
Not perimeter stains.
Did you see them in the garage at all?
Exhibit 48, which was a drip stain, was a perimeter stain.
And I'm going to move on to exhibit, picture 10. What does that depict, sir?
It's kind of hard to see with the glare here. But previously, we had talked about spatter stains, which are in the upper portion of this picture, and a flow that was in the lower portion of the picture. Here we see beneath the Exhibit 69 marker, a flow pattern, actually repetitive flow patterns here that don't seem to have a characteristic of where they originated from.
And
So
how does a flow pattern happen?
it's a volume of blood that moves across the surface. So if there was, if a drop of blood dripped onto the surface, it would impact the surface, and the remaining volume would, with gravity or contours relative to the surface, flow with gravity until either it dripped off the car or the volume was exhausted.
And does that picture show that those flows have a source?
I did not recognize a source of these flows in this photograph.
Thank you. Picture 11, please.
This is so to the left of the picture is the left front wheel. This is the lower portion of the vehicle behind the left front wheel, and there's a amorphous shaped transfer stain that's located in this area here, approximately an inch.
And picture 12 and 13, if I can. What do those show, sir?
12 was the left rear side
And was there
of the
a
vehicle.
non-spatter stain on the left rear side of the vehicle?
So there's a blood stain located right above the bumper, the left portion of the bumper there, which in this picture is again an amorphous shape indicative of, in this case, a transfer.
And sir, did you also examine the right side of the garage? I guess it's zoned as DEF. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and with respect to zones D, E, and F, actually gonna show you if I can. Last file, file 7, picture label 2. Is that the area that you looked at as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and with respect to area, I guess it would be D. When it works, if you can look at the screen, please. Well, let me ask you this, sir, while it's going down. Did you notice any, I guess, altered stains in area D?
Area D had swipes, altered stains.
Okay, and with respect to the wipes and swipes, were there any spatter stains actually?
I did not observe any spatter stains in area D.
Okay. Picture 4, sir, if you can, did you notice any, you said wipes or swipes in this area? Is there anything in particular?
So this area, lower center of the picture, and say center of the picture, lower center of the picture, contained areas that were wiped and swiped, altered.
Okay, picture 5, what does that show?
Picture 5 is Exhibit 70. So there's essentially this shows right above the long axis of this L ruler portions of of a transfer stain that appear to have, in this case, short linear markings that are separated by by essentially a void. So there's defined edges here, and they're separated by voids. There's a curvilinear type of aspect to these here, and then over towards the center, lower center of the picture, which is indicative of a pattern transfer.
Thank you. And apparently my battery is running low, so I'm gonna keep going and ask for Attorney Moran's help if you don't mind. Picture 70 or picture 7. I think that's Exhibit 71. Sir, if you can explain, is that a swipe or a wipe?
So we can see wipe swipes within 71, particularly wipes, directionality, and moving kind of back and forth here in 71, and also outlines of some geometric shapes and linear markings that have space in between them or voids in between them, indicative of a pattern transfer.
Picture 9. Okay. Apparently when I plugged it in, give me 1 second. If I may have 1 moment, Your Honor. There you go. Picture 9, sir.
Center portion of the picture, we see transfer stains here. Again, linear stains that are arranged in kind of a hash mark type of arrangement with defined edges, voids in between them, that are in the upper portion of the picture, the central portion of the picture, and then in the lower portion of the picture in varying arrangements, indicative of a pattern.
And sir, do you have an
Transfer.
opinion as to what kind of pattern that is?
Contextually, it is suggestive of a footwear pattern, but not determinative.
Okay, and picture 11.
Within picture 11, towards the lower portion, we have relatively defined edges again, geometric shapes, in this case, say diamonds that are almost concentric, linear stains that are arranged in a hash type of arrangement with voids in between them. That's lower right of the picture, and center left, hash marks with spaces in between them, with defined edges, and the lower portion of the picture, linear type of markings that resemble part of a geometric shape.
It's pretty much same question, sir. What does that also resemble a footprint?
Would be suggestive of footwear.
Picture 12B, Exhibit 51, and
in this picture is depicting in the lower portion, essentially a white stain, an altered stain. And within this picture, there are in here, it's not only that there are indications of blood based on color and appearance, but also movement of material that's on the garage floor, i.e. dirt or some other type of substance.
and picture 13, sir.
Picture 13 in the center, there are essentially 3 ovals that are oriented long axis, top to bottom, direction not implied by that. There are partial voids in between the 3 ovals, and within, not throughout each, but within particularly the one on the left, there are voids that are located within that stain that are somewhat oval in shape or sesame seed size in shape. In the left one, the center one, and not as visible in the right one.
Could you make any determination or opinion as to what that is?
That appears to be a pattern transfer as far as I can say.
Attorney Manning, this would be an appropriate time to take the afternoon recess.
Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess until 3:45. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, this court now in the recess of 3:45.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Thank you.
Before the jury comes out and our client is being summoned, I know that after that, there's going to be a couple of brief witnesses, at least one brief witness, evidence collection officer that collected evidence in Hartford. I have no objection to that. What I'm going to object to, and I don't know how far the state wishes to go, is they found things of evidentiary value and collected it. Then she's going to ask, why did you collect that? Which raises not only the age-old hearsay question, but the relevance question. The fact that police decided to collect something can only be based on hearsay of what other people told them. And why they did that is irrelevant to the case. There's a million cases on that. I don't have a cite right now, but there's no need for them to explain in hearsay terms why a police officer collected a piece of evidence any more than they says, well, I read it in a warrant that a judge signed and it was probable cause or whatever the reason is. They brought out the fact that their interest turned to Hartford. It's going to have something to do with collecting videos from Albany Avenue in Hartford. And that, I have no objection to any of that. But if they go, why did we want to go, oh, well, we saw a truck and we heard that this was related to Fotis Dulos. That's the hearsay that I would object to. And it's not relevant that he was told that as a reason.
Well, first, the court just wants to get an idea of the schedule for today. How much longer do you think you have with Colonel Davison?
I have one photograph and a couple pictures, Your Honor. I'm sorry, one photograph, one picture, a couple questions, nothing more. I'm going to end that with Lieutenant Colonel Davison. With respect to I have two witnesses. I think with the length of time, I had three, but I don't think we're going to get to the third. The two witnesses are Sergeant Ventresca and then Mike Fitzsimon. Retired trooper Fitzsimon collected a video. He's going to discuss what he collected, authenticate the video, as well as explain why he went to that particular place and what he saw, and then what he did after that. I think that's perfectly within his rights to say why he did something. I think that's very clear in the code of evidence that an individual can testify that because they were told to some information, they made an analysis and interpreted it and went and did something off of it. I think that's very clear as to why it's there. Now, I'm a little unsure as to whether counsel is objecting at this point to that question, or is he objecting to the officer then, I guess, detailing what he saw on the screen and then what the next steps he did and the reasons why he did that. They're two different things and two different analysis. And I do have cases that allow both.
Well, before we even reach that, Attorney Schoenhorn has the opportunity to cross-examine Colonel Davison.
Yes.
So are we even going to get to those witnesses today?
Yes, we will. I maybe have 15 minutes of cross-examination. So I've got a couple of questions. I'll just hold a piece of paper. It's only like a couple of lines per page. So, I waste paper, but I didn't write a lot of it.
Rather than try to address the hearsay concerns now, we can just bring the jury back in and conclude with the direct examination of Colonel Davison.
Thank you.
You can bring the jury back in, please. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Colonel, you may
Honor,
be seated. Thanks.
May I inquire, Lieutenant Colonel?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, I'm just going to ask you a couple more questions. There's actually only 2 more photographs I have. Do you recall in the right, I guess the right bay of the garage, were there garbage cans in that garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you examine or have an opportunity to look at those garbage cans?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you determine or analyze them and see if there was any, I guess, altered stains or transfer stains or any of the stains that you were discussing today?
Yes, there were blood stains on parts of the garbage can.
Okay, I'm going to show you. File 7, please, picture 23. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
You could go up if you can. That's okay, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, are there any transfer stains, or perhaps you could just describe it?
So this photograph is of the, say, if we're facing the garbage cans, it's the right garbage can, so the one closest to the garage door. Marked here by the square or rectangular white marker is a transfer stain that contains some defined edges, some voids within those edges in somewhat elliptical shapes, which is as characteristic of a pattern transfer.
And with respect to picture 25, sir?
Picture 25 is the left garbage can, so the one further away from the garage door. In the center portion of this photograph, just above the upper white rectangle is a transfer stain. And in the lower portion of the picture, just above the lower white rectangle is a transfer stain, small.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. And I have nothing further. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel.
Thank you. Cross-examination, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions so I understand what you do and what you did in this situation. I take it that when you are doing trajectory and looking at the pattern, you are using some kind of math to decide an angles back to a certain point. Is that a fair sort of common lay concept of what you're trying to do?
Yes, sir. The angles related to coming back are the impact angles where the blood drop impacted. Those are utilized to determine that area. Yes.
And when you talk about impact, could that be close to what you referred to as the area of convergence?
The area of origin, sir.
Area of origin, yes.
They could be close together. Yes.
And I want to just call up a couple of pictures that you looked at already in folder 3. Let's start with 18, please. And if you'll just turn around, unless you can see it right there, and I don't know if this screen is on, but if you look at 18, you don't have to get up because I have this little device here, but let me just make sure it's on. Okay. If you look behind you, you use this tripod device to come up with a point of that you refer to as an area of convergence. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's marking it. Yes, sir.
All right. And it's, if you could call up the next photograph, please, 19, please. So there's a little bit closer up of the same, essentially the same angle, camera angle, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if we look at this white device in the middle, that's located in the middle of this tripod, is this the general area that you determined to be the area of convergence?
Yes, sir.
And so that we're clear from this image, which is in folder 3, it's number 19, referring to an area that's to the left of the driver's door of the Range Rover, correct?
Yes.
That's a Range Rover, the black vehicle, right? Am I correct? You know that?
Yes,
All right. So, and that Range Rover is parked immediately in front of, it looks like some stairs going up into the home itself. Is that right?
yes, sir.
And several of the pictures that we looked at up close showed drops that had been, according to you, dispersed onto the side of this Range Rover, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if we were to assume that those red spots were blood, you would trace them back to this general area of convergence here, correct?
Not on that vehicle, sir.
Not from that
Not
vehicle?
from that vehicle.
Okay. From what was on the floor?
Correct.
Okay. And if I'm also understanding you correctly, the some of the pictures you showed us, and I'm not going to go to those pictures, did show some pattern splatter underneath that vehicle, correct?
That vehicle.
That vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And that suggested to you that the point of origin, if you will, of the blood was either equal to or below the level of that vehicle, correct?
Yes, the area of origin below.
Right. So at least in layman's term, close to the garage floor.
Correct.
You also assume, well, let me actually go to the next, could you go to 20, please, for a second? And I just want to ask you, so this is a different view of the same vehicle. This is the opposite side of the garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this photograph was taken with the photographer's back to the wall where the door to the house is, right?
Correct.
And the other pictures were taken, from what I can tell, somewhere over here by the middle garage bay door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I were to zoom in, you did not put the yellow tape down on this, did you, yourself?
No.
Were you present when that was done?
No.
It was done before you got there,
Correct.
right? So if you could just zoom in on this tape here. You recognize this as the kind of evidence tape that's used often in analysis by the detectives that do the evidence collection, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I'm counting this correctly, this yellow tape this is inches and not centimeters, am I right?
Inches, right?
So if I just count across, could you zoom out slightly, please? If we use this pink, do you know what this pink line is over here? On the right, for the record, I'm just referring to a pink line that we see that sort of crosses the yellow tape on the right. If you would zoom out again so maybe the witness can see it a little bit better. Does that help you indicate what it is?
Yes, sir.
All right, could you just tell the jury what that is?
That's one of the strings that represents the trajectory of the spatter stain on the floor.
Okay, so, and that is going to a spot on the floor, is that right? Somewhere that's now to the right off the side of this photograph, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you look at the back of this photograph, although it's not measured specifically, where the tripod is set up and where the area of convergence is here is just to the right of the center of the wall that separates the garage bay in the right to the garage bay in the middle to the garage bay on the left. And of course, I'm referring to it from the outside. So we're looking at it backwards. So if this is a bad question. Let me start over. All right. You agree that the Range Rover was parked in the center bay of that garage?
Yes.
And if we're orienting the garage from outside the garage looking in, the center would be to the left of the Range Rover, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the center.
Yeah. I'm sorry. The center bay where the Range Rover is would in fact be to the right of the empty garage bay that we see in this photograph. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not, ambidextrous, but I'm getting my two directions mixed up. So Do you know how wide the wall was between the two bays?
No, sir, not to my recollection.
Do you know if anyone had specifically taken measurements of that width?
I'm not sure. It may be in the sketch map.
Okay. The reason I'm asking you is for deciding that the blood splatter pattern that you saw on the Suburban, you had to assume that the Suburban was parked in that left garage bay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did that because when you first observed the Suburban, where was it?
Well, I first observed it at New Canaan Police Department.
So it had already been moved from the location where it apparently been found by the New Canaan Police, right?
Right.
And it had been moved after certain state police detectives had also looked at it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did report, you did indicate in your report that at the location where the Suburban was found on May 24th, that no evidence on the vehicle of blood staining was reported. Is that correct?
Right.
And you observed it at the headquarters where it was taken. It was taken by some kind of tow vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you examined the Suburban, thank you, you can take down that picture right now, please. Thank you. When you examined the Suburban, you noticed that there was, I'll call it spatter that traveled from the one direction towards the rear of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you also observed some spatter underneath that vehicle as well, the Suburban we're talking about now, right?
Correct.
So your conclusions with regard to how that spatter ended up on the Suburban was consistent with your previous conclusion that the area of origin was close to the cement floor, correct?
Yes.
And again, that assumes that the Suburban was parked, I guess, in a straight line, pulled straight into that garage?
Facing the house, yes.
If the car had been parked on an angle, like pulled in, but then pulled to the left, so it was on a sort of diagonal somewhat in the garage, would that have changed your analysis or not?
It would depend on the severity, but I don't think so, sir.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you some questions about some of these, you called it transfer patterns that you saw in the some of the photographs. And I'm just going to call up one. Would you please call up from folder 7, number 18, please? You recall being asked about this by Ms. Manning, correct?
I don't believe we reviewed that one, sir.
You did not review this one?
I skipped that one.
Oh, you skipped it.
You can go.
All right. Do you recall that this is one of the images that you saw in the on the garage floor as part of your analysis?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions. You indicated as to some of the other, I just chose this one. There were a couple of others we looked at towards the end here where there was like a diamond and some lines as well that you referred to also as a transfer pattern, correct?
Yes.
And you said it was consistent with, or might be a shoe print, is that right?
I believe I said it was suggestive or characteristic of a footwear.
Okay, now you're not an expert in shoe pattern or shoe sole patterns, correct?
No, sir, I'm not.
So if I asked you what kind of shoe that might be, you don't know?
I do not know.
You can't tell the size of the shoe from this image?
No, not as a footwear examiner.
You can't tell if it's a male or female shoe?
No.
Or even what kind of footwear it is?
No.
In your review of the various transfer patterns, did you see any tire tread patterns that appeared to be stained similarly to what we're seeing in this image?
Not tire tread, sir.
None at all.
No.
And is that something you would at least, if you had seen it, you would have noted that?
Yes, sir.
The clearance between the, you did do a measurement, or at least obtain measurements of the clearance between the bottom of the door of both vehicles, the running board and the ground, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the ground clearance, as I understand on the Suburban, was 11.5 inches, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And you indicated that the, some of the blood, some of the spatter stain you saw was below, had traveled upwards to the underside of that vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
So would that suggest, or at least would you have the opinion then, that the source of that spatter was below 11.5 inches, so the trajectory would allow it to go under the running board?
Right.
I just have a few more questions. You looked at a number of photographs that you said appeared to be white or swipe or wipe type stains. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You did not yourself determine whether all of those white marks were in fact a blood-like substance, did you?
No.
You don't know which ones were tested for that and which ones were not, right?
I do.
All right, but were all of the ones that you talked about today all tested for blood?
No, sir.
And were all of them tested even for DNA presence?
No, sir.
Can you tell from the photographs that we watched what kind of instrument was used to perform that wiping?
No, sir.
So you can't say whether it was a sponge?
No.
Or a mop?
No.
Or a piece of cloth?
No.
You would have to examine a piece of cloth or a sponge or a mop just to maybe make that comparison?
Right. Yes, if there was something to compare it to.
And there was nothing about the way it was wiped. You can't tell if the person was left-handed or right-handed.
No,
Is that
sir.
right? You just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. They'll redirect.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I just approach the clerk and return? Your Honor, the state would call Sergeant Mantresta. I have a moment with counsel.
Yes.
the sidebar?
Yes. So you may be seated. No, you can be seated. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Sergeant Kenneth Matruska, KENNETH,
And Sergeant, you may be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant Ventresca, who do you work for, sir?
The Connecticut State Police,
And how long have you been employed by the Connecticut State Police?
18 years.
And your current rank is sergeant?
Yes, Sergeant.
And are you assigned to a particular division?
Yeah, right now I'm assigned to the Connecticut State Police Computer Crimes Unit
How long have you been there?
since September of this past year, September of 2023.
In 2019, what was your assignment?
I was assigned as the Supervisor Sergeant of the Western District Major Crime Troop G Bridgeport Field Office.
And just to quickly, is that with respect to investigations or crime scene
No,
analysis?
separate from crime van, crime scene, we're the investigation side.
Could you please discuss a little bit about your training and experience with the Connecticut State
Yep.
Police?
So I graduated the academy in 2006, roughly 8 years of patrol down in Fairfield County, detective in the Southbury area, got promoted to sergeant, back to Troop G for patrol sergeant duties. And then I tested for major crime in 2015 and made the rank of detective sergeant. And I was assigned to Troop B in North Canaan. And then I was transferred down to Troop G in Bridgeport and to run that office.
Could you briefly describe some of your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant at the Western District Major
Yep,
Crime Squad?
just, accounting for personnel, signing leads, overseeing, time schedules, ensuring that reports are completed in a timely manner, reviewing of reports and such like that.
Were you also involved in investigations themselves?
Yes,
Did you assist other agencies?
yes, we did.
And when you would assist other agencies, what would that look like?
Depending on the agency, depending on the request, most of the time it was for bringing in experience and manpower. So typically, smaller towns, if they get certain types of crimes that need assistance, will come out and assist with canvassing and interviews and all that stuff.
And with respect to being a sergeant in 2019, specifically around May of 2019, how many individuals did you supervise?
5 detectives in my office,
And that was out of the Troop G office?
the Troop G office.
Was there another troop that handled major crimes or investigations in the Western District?
Yeah, there is, you have field office in Troop A in Southbury, field office Troop G in North Canaan, and a field office in Troop L in Litchfield.
Now, were you called in to assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos in May of 2019?
Yes.
How did you get involved?
So initially, our crime van personnel rolled out as an assist. I guess there was a scene in the garage. Upon our crime van arriving on scene, our crime van personnel reached out to me, and then I called out my detectives and we went out to the scene.
And in the time following May 24th, 25th time period, can you explain the Connecticut State Police role in relation to that investigation?
Right. So initially, we got called in to assist in missing persons investigation. So for the first few days, we were assisting New Canaan Police Department with generating leads, neighborhood canvassing, various police functions. Because again, we're able to bring the manpower.
Now, with respect to that time period, that early, about a week or so after May 24th, did you take any investigative steps?
Can you, you're talking about a week after the initial call out?
Let me be a little more specific on that. The following weekend, around
Okay.
May 27th, 28th
Okay.
time period, what did you do?
All right. So that weekend, I'll start with the 25th. We were at the New Canaan Police Department. We were assisting with neighborhood canvasses. trying to piece this missing person investigation together. On that Sunday, I believe it was the 26th, Officer Patton with the New Canaan Police Department had contacted the Connecticut State Police regarding some preliminary phone locations regarding Fotis Dulos' handset, his phone, his cellular phone.
And did he inform you of those preliminary
Yeah.
locations that were found on the phone?
I can't recall if he personally informed me or it came from one of my detectives, but I can tell you that Officer Patton informed the Western District Major Crime Squad.
And what was it about the location on the phone information?
So I was advised on that Sunday, the 26th, it was, again, it was very brief, it's very preliminary, but it's basically Fotis's handset, which is his cell phone, I'm gonna keep saying handset, is the day of his wife's disappearance, which was May 24th. It remained in the Farmington area for most of the day. I remember there was talk of probably a bunch of missed calls.
Your Honor, of talk or anything else, I haven't objected to this.
And I don't claim a lot of that. If I can direct him to a specific
Okay.
part. Sir, with respect to location data at
Okay.
around 7:00
Okay.
p.m.
So location data around 7:00 p.m. Put Mr. Dulos' handset up in the Albany Avenue, Hartford area
And
for May 24th, the evening of the 24th.
for the evening of the
Yes.
24th? Okay, and what was that time?
It was approximately 7 p.m., 7:10-ish.
And why did you take note of that?
Well, first,
Well, the question is, for what reason did Sergeant Ventresca take note of the fact that the cellular phone owned by Fotis Dulos was in the area of Albany Avenue at 7 or around 7 p.m.? Overruled.
can you just repeat it again for me? No.
Why did you take note of the fact or the information that you had received that Fotis Dulos' handset was in the area of Albany Avenue around 7
Oh.
p.m. on 5/24?
All right, well, first and foremost, there's a missing person and we're 48 hours into this. We haven't located her. So there's an exigency component on that. Secondly, Albany Avenue, Hartford area. It's rather high crime area, the city of Hartford. But regardless, regarding those handset locations, we are going to go canvass the area. We're going to look for any videos or any witnesses in the area and see what his business his business is there in that area. We don't know of any real estate properties he's already owned. We know that 80 Mountain Spring was a house for sale. We know that he lived on 4 Jefferson Crossing. So we didn't know what business he had doing in Hartford.
Well, let me ask you about that. In the course of those 48 hours, did you look into what Fotis Dulos did for a living?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
We looked into the four-group business. We went on their website. We saw the employees. We saw houses for sale.
And because of what you saw, did you take any actions?
Yeah, so on Sunday, once we received the locations, I called out one of my detectives and we traveled actually to the Farmington area and Hartford area.
What day did you go to the Farmington area?
Sunday, May 26th.
And where specifically did you go?
So Sunday was I'll call it a cursory canvas. Again, me being the sergeant, it's trying to get leads for the detectives. So we traveled to Farmington. We traveled down Jefferson Crossing, which 4 Jefferson Crossing, where Mr. Dulos had lived. We traveled to 80 Mountain Spring. Didn't do anything at those residences other than a drive-by, and then traveled to Hartford and just drove Albany Avenue.
Okay, with respect, you mentioned 80 Mountain Spring.
Yep.
Why did you go that? Why did you go there?
Well, 80 Mountain Spring was a piece of property that Mr. Dulos was selling, well, the 4 group was selling. And also, too, there were, going back to those phone locations, there was some activity.
Your Honor.
Well, the question was, why did you go to
80 Mountain.
80 Mountain Road? And the response was, it was a piece of property that Mr. Dulos had put up for sale. The court did not know what was coming next. So the court does not know beyond that what the response was.
If I may, Your Honor, I believe he also stated that because he started to get into something with respect to the the phone, the handset information. And that's when counsel objected.
Well, perhaps it would be better if you just ask another question.
That's fine, sir. Actually, did you go to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
We did,
that day?
we drove through 80, yeah, past 80 Mountain Spring, yes.
If I may, just have a moment with counsel.
Yes. Okay.
Your Honor, with respect to state offered 33, there are, with respect to items 1 through 7 at this time, I believe there's an agreement with respect to full. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank
So
you.
States 33 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
With respect to 1 through 7.
Photographs 1 through 7.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They need a little development.
Sergeant Ventresca, I'm going to ask you to take a look behind you. This is States 33, photograph 1. Do you recognize the area or what is depicted in that photograph?
I do. It's a Jefferson Crossing, kind of running across the stream and Eli Road, which turns into Deer Cliff, kind of going up and down the street.
Well, Sergeant Ventresca can approach the screen.
Thank you, Your
with-
Honor.
Okay, so you have Jefferson Crossing there, Deer Cliff, which turns into Eli Road over here.
And at what point does Deer Cliff turn into Eli?
I want to say right just north of 4 Jefferson Crossing,
And when you say,
assuming that's true north right there.
do you know what residence was Fotis Dulos's?
4 Jefferson Crossing.
That's 4 Jefferson Crossing. And the other houses around it, do you know the addresses?
Yeah, this is 2 Jefferson Crossing, 1 Jefferson Crossing. And then I could tell you that that's 77 Eli Road right there.
And why do you point out 77 Eli Road?
I also had stopped at 77 Eli Road on that Sunday, the 26th.
Why did you stop on that road?
During our cursory canvas, driving down Eli, we noticed that there was a camera on one of the stone pillars outside of the residence, a really clear shot of the camera. Obviously, we knocked on the door, got consent from the owner to view that video. Ultimately, detectives went back up and seized video from the house.
You didn't seize that video?
No, it was like something with the size of the file that day. So we had to send detectives back up. We generated a lead and they went back up
Okay.
the following days.
Now, I'm going to show you picture 2. What is that a photograph of, sir?
The 4 Jefferson Crossing, obviously we have police cars in the driveway, but that's, looks like 4 Jefferson Crossing.
And picture 3. Is 4 Jefferson Crossing on that map? No, it's,
Appears to be right there.
if I may, I'm gonna. Is it depicted on there? Is the one with the yellow?
Yeah, right here with the yellow. I mean, I'm assuming that's,
Yes. And this is, you said Eli?
yeah, Jefferson Crossing, Eli.
And where is Mountain Spring Road?
Mountain Spring Road is, go down, oh, actually I have a pin. It's right over here, 80 Mountain Spring.
And did you go there as well?
Yes.
Show you picture 4
Okay, that's 80 Mountain Spring,
and picture 5.
80 Mountain Spring.
Now, this sign out in front, what is that?
It appears to be, it looks like a four-group promo for sale sign that would be sitting outside of a residence that's for sale with the business name on it.
Was that in that position when you went there that day?
No, I don't remember this one in particular because I didn't go up into the property, but however, at the base of the driveway, I do remember seeing a similar type signage.
Now, you can have a seat, sir.
Okay.
You indicated as well that you went to Albany Avenue in Hartford.
Yes.
Where in Albany Avenue in particular? Anywhere?
In the area of Green Street.
And actually, I'm going to ask you to get up again if I can. Thank you. Picture 6. If you can please, do you recognize that map?
Yeah, this 44 Albany Avenue, Albany Ave right there. Yep.
And we keep saying Albany Avenue. What town or city is that?
Hartford.
And with respect to, you mentioned, well, strike that. Where did you go?
We just came up Deer Cliff. We came up to 44. And we just initially that Sunday we just took a cursory canvas down Albany Avenue. Ultimately, we went back Monday. If you want me to get into that now.
Well, let me ask you this. On that day, did you walk or drive?
We drove.
Okay. Why did you do that? Why did you do a cursory search?
We're just looking for mainly any video cameras in the area, or maybe we're looking for a missing person as well. So we're really just in the early stages of this. It's very fresh. Our purpose of this is to then generate leads to have detectives go out and start pulling videos and, interviewing possible witnesses.
And you went the next day as well?
Yes, so the 27th, correct.
Who did you go with?
Detective Frechette. And I took Officer Deek from the New Canaan Police Department back up there.
Detective Frechette, is he a trooper, detective?
State police detective at the time. He's now a state police sergeant.
Was he one of those individuals that you supervised?
Yes.
Now, did you go anywhere specific?
We actually drove that day. You want me to just talk about Hartford that specifically?
Yes,
So that day we
please.
drove back to the Green Street area.
Is Green
304 Albany Avenue, right on the corner. There's a Jamaican restaurant.
Green Street?
Green
I'll start
Street.
with that. Can you point, is Green Street depicted in that map?
Where's Green? Right down here, actually. Boom. Right there.
I'm gonna scroll in if I can. Did you point to this area?
Yeah, right in this area.
Was there an address in particular you were looking for?
Yeah, 304 Albany Avenue.
Okay. And what was in 2019 what was the address 304?
The
Albany Avenue?
restaurant was called, it was Benji's Jamaican Restaurant.
If you look at that map now, is that in the same area of the Island Fish Head Jamaican restaurant?
Yeah, it appears to be just a new business with the same building, I can assume from the map.
Okay. Now, what did you find when you went to the Green Street Benji's area?
There was a video camera affixed to the front, I want to say the front awning of the business in clear view, and it appeared to have a clear shot of Albany Avenue and probably a little bit on Green Street.
I can, I'm going to show you 7. Sir,
Yeah,
do you
so-
recognize that?
Right there, camera, and that would be Albany Ave.
And I'm sorry, you pointed to,
The camera, right here,
I'm gonna
and then
scroll.
Albany Avenue.
Are you pointing to the white dot on the awning in the middle of the screen?
Yes, right on the white dot are coming off the awning, yes.
Okay. Now, was that restaurant open when you got there?
No, it was Memorial Day and the restaurant was closed.
In the course of your investigation, you mentioned you looked up the properties for for Jefferson 80 Mountain. Did you look up anything else about Fotis Dulos? Well,
I mean, just an investigative background information, through law enforcement databases, and again, social media searches.
did you determine or look into how many vehicles he
Yes.
operated?
Yeah, at the time we knew of roughly, you have the Suburban, the Jeep, Raptor,
Actually, if you could sit down, sir, if
Okay.
you don't mind. Now, you said a Suburban.
Yep. There was a Suburban registered to Mr. Fotis or the Ford Group. I can't remember what the registrant was. We knew he had access to a black Ford Raptor. We also knew that there was a white Jeep Grand Cherokee and that they had access to, Mr. Dulos. And also there was we had information through our canvas.
Brown.
Says we had information, so it's calling for hearsay.
Well,
If I-
we had information that, and then there was the objection. Where the information led would allow the hearsay to be skipped over.
If I may, Your Honor, perhaps I can ask it just a general way. When you were looking for the video surveillance, what were some things that you were looking for?
You mean when I'm looking for the cameras or when I'm looking at video surveillance? I'm sorry.
If you're seeking video surveillance
Okay.
in this case, what are you looking to find?
You mean, is the question mean in general? It's kind of a
context.
vague question.
Well, in this case,
In this case, sir, when you went to Benji's and you
Okay.
saw the camera and you wanted to see what was on that camera, what were you looking to
Understandable.
find?
At that moment in time, we didn't have a specific vehicle we knew of Mr. Dulos driving that day. All we knew was his handset was in the area. So, and we're looking for any vehicle that he's associated with. So that would be the vehicles registered to him.
And were there other vehicles that were not registered to him but were associated with him
Yes.
that you were looking to find?
Yes.
What would that?
Okay, so
Objection.
well, were there other vehicles that were not registered to him? Is that the question?
the
That you were
question-
also looking for?
Yes, Your Honor. And again, it's not offered for the truth of the matter here. It's not a statement. It's offered for the purposes of explaining his course of action in the course of the investigation. Hence, it's not hearsay in the state's purview. The really only issue is relevance. And that, I think, is very probative of what steps he took.
If it's not being offered for the truth, then it's not relevant. There is a vehicle connected that is registered to Mr. Dulos. So I'm not sure, other than it's hearsay, that it would have any relevance here. The fact that he was looking for something doesn't make it less hearsay or less relevant.
Well, at this point, the breadth of the investigation involves a number of areas to explore. So at this point, the court understands the testimony to be, we weren't certain about certain things. So we looked at a number of things. So the court is going to overrule the objection.
You can answer the
okay,
question.
could you just repeat it again? Sorry. I'm sure I have it.
I will try. When you went to Benji's restaurant and you
Okay.
saw the camera, why was that important? What were you looking for
Well,
on that camera?
Well, I'm gonna
And
object-
perhaps
listen,
I can narrow it a little further and just say, were you looking for any specific vehicles?
We were looking for any specific vehicles and we're looking for Jen Dulos.
Okay, let's talk about the vehicles. Start with that.
Okay.
What vehicles were you looking for?
At the time, off the top of my head, we had a black Ford Raptor. We had a white Jeep Grand Cherokee. We had a black Suburban. We also had that we knew of that there was an old Porsche. We don't know if it was operable or not, but the Porsche, and also a red pickup truck, Tacoma.
Now, with respect to that red, well, I will withdraw that.
Okay.
So were you able to view video surveillance from Benji's restaurant that day?
No.
Why not?
Again, the restaurant was closed. It was Memorial Day.
So what did you do?
Jed drafted a lead, and I sent that lead to the Troop L office, specifically to go to 304 Albany Avenue. I outlined, an hour and a half window for the detective to go and pull video.
What's a lead?
Lead it's a command post style thing we do where you're really just tracking everything the detectives are doing in real time, because they're not sitting there typing reports yet. So it's just really tracking manpower. And then if new leads developed through witness interviews, we'll draft one up, and then it's accountability to assign leads to detectives as well.
And in the course of the early stages of your investigation, did you learn anything, whether or not anything had been seen off of the surveillance video of Benji's?
Benji's.
Not saying what it was, just did you learn if you had anything had been capable of being retained?
Okay. Yes. So detective.
Objection to the
So
next.
the answer is yes. Right.
And
So if that's the answer, is the objection withdrawn?
It is withdrawn, yes.
if I may, and based, again, we'll go slow without
Okay.
saying what you learned yet. Based on what you learned, did you take any action?
Yes. So the action I took, I contacted the Central District Major Crime Squad, and I had a detective go over to Hartford's C4, which is the Capital City Command Center with video surveillance.
Why would you do that?
Well, we have.
Before we proceed, perhaps it would be better for Sergeant Ventresca to explain what C4 is.
That's fantastic. Sir, what is C4?
Okay, so I don't, it's a Hartford Police, City of Hartford building. It's called, I believe, the Hartford City Capital City Command Center, the 4 Cs. Again, in this center, there's several analysts. They have camera feeds throughout the city, so they're able to go back historically, roughly 30 days, and look throughout the city of vehicles and people driving by and all that stuff.
So what was it that, and this is where, what was it that you learned from Benji's camera that made you take the steps to contact C4?
Objection.
Ground.
Hearsay, and it's irrelevant. The fact that he saw something and gave the information to the authorities to follow up to the Capital City Command Center is what's relevant. And then if there's going to be video, it will be played, but to have him describe it is not the best evidence, and it's also hearsay.
Well, the court understands the question to be, from what you viewed on the video, what did you do? That's how the court understood the question.
If I may just clarify that briefly, Your Honor, it's what he learned from the Benji's video. I don't think there's a representation that he saw the video. I believe there's and if I may just offer proof here, representation that you received screenshots from the video. I just want to make that clear for the record.
Well, the question of the court would understand it is, from the screenshots that you received of the video, what did you do?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if that's going to be the question, the objection is overruled.
Thank you. From the screenshots of the video, sir, what did you do?
Contacted the Hartford C4.
And with respect to the screenshots, what was it that they contained that made you or contact C4 after you had viewed them?
Same objection. I thought the court had clarified, so.
Well, so the question now is, it concerns the content of the screenshots.
Yes, sir.
And the court understands the content of the screenshots are not just photos, correct?
It's a photograph of a screenshot of a video. So it's just a
It's a
photograph
screenshot
of
of a video.
video. Yes.
So essentially, the objection is, because it is a screenshot of a video, it is essentially, as the court understands it essentially is hearsay within hearsay. Is that the objection?
Yes, sir.
And
And
again, Your
counsel, you can
Honor,
respond.
the state's position is it is not even hearsay. The state's not offering it as a statement for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it as it's something that Sergeant Ventresca received looked at, and because he saw it, almost exactly the same information that he just testified to, that he researched Fotis Dulos, got information about the vehicles, got information about the property, and then drove up to look at the properties to see where it is. Now he's receiving another piece of information. It's a screenshot of a video. He's taking that, he's looking at it, he's determining the information and his investigative skill, which adequacy of the investigation is something that's relevant in this case, as well as any case. And he's interpreting that and taking steps to investigate. He has a right to explain the steps of his investigation. It is certainly not offered for the truth of what is contained in it. The state will present the officer who sees the video next, Your Honor, but this individual did not. So it is offered simply as a tool similar to the exact same information that he received with the vehicles.
Well, if the next witness who actually saw the video is to testify about what he saw in the video, it would seem to be, it has more of the tent and tenor of hearsay for that testimony to come through this witness.
Understood, Your Honor. I can definitely have that witness testify to what they saw in the video and what they conveyed to Sergeant Prantesca.
Well, we'll have to take that up on Monday
Thank you.
because it is now 4:46. We are going to adjourn for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. We ask that you have a good evening and please try to avoid any media coverage about the case, and please avoid talking to anyone about the case or anyone talking to you about the case.
Hi, everyone. This is a COE. Just wanted to remind everyone that we do have a members only live tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time. If you are not a member, there's still time to sign up to become a member. You either have to be a paid Patreon member or a YouTube member. We've posted the link and the information on the member page under community on the YouTube channel for our main channel, Surviving the Survivor. If you're a Patreon member or a patron, then you can go to patreon.com, and under the paid Patreon section there, we've also posted a link. I just wanted to thank all of you guys for being with us all day today, yesterday. It's been a long week. And again, we will have this members only event, 9 p.m. Eastern time tonight. It is a live watch party. We're going to be watching the Dateline episode that comes out. And if you cannot watch it live, it will be available for members to replay and watch it later. All right. Thank you so much.